Starting soon, fam. Starting soon, fam. Starting soon, fam. party fam. New month. Yes, sir. Yeah, what's happening, beautiful people? Haha. Welcome back to the streams. It's a fresh month here. It's July. I think the summer has started officially. I think a lot of guys are feeling the summer vibes at this particular moment. Let this not distract you from our job here, right? And that is to analyze the markets together, all right? Good to see you, fam. We have a lot of different layers, a lot of different things happening today. So I hope you are ready for what is coming. It's going to be a nice day. We have some news. Okay. Hope you guys are doing well here. Fantastic to see you. Let's see where you're with us today. Shout out to VaL, my man. Good to see you. Lalo, good to see you. Youssef, not you, my friend. Lauren, good to see you. Mondo. Grant. Maria. Pavel. Yes, sir. Ronit. Gilbert. Kelu, my man. Good to see you, my man. Dominic. Alright. Awesome to see you, my G. Yes, sir. Anit says it's 40 degrees in Pakistan. Damn, that's hot. Hope you have an air conditioning, bro. Or at least a fan. Something like that. Alright. Ruvele, my man. Good to see you as well, David. Babak. Babak. Steiny, yes, sir. Alright, fam. Good to see you guys. Welcome back to the live streams. Alright. This whole year we have been working, we have been grinding. Alright. June was a tough month for the first time. We ended up in slight profits, but it was tough. Not gonna lie. Alright. June was the toughest month of the year. Everything else was amazing. June, not that much. But the good thing is that it's July. It's July. Alright. So we have a new start right here. And we have a lot of things to cover. So let's dive into it. Okay. Make sure, if you're familiar with what we do here, download the ebook. It's important. If you are interested in LTA concepts, make sure you do. When you're interested in LTA concepts, of course, make sure you get it. It's free. All right, download the ebook here. We have almost, whatever, 20,000 downloads heading in that direction. It's going really fast here. So make sure you get it before the next edition comes out. The next edition comes out within a particular amount of weeks, you could say, right? We have a couple more things to release, but then after that, the second edition of our ebook will come out with some updates, some things that are important, right? It's constant innovation. It is constant improvement as well, based upon all the feedback we had so far in our community. So that's beautiful. All right. Incredible stuff, incredible stuff. Let's see what we have here with us. Yeah, man, the fam is back as always. I love the support. Appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Lorenzo, did you watch Trade Shop this morning? Yeah, I like to watch him. Yeah, in London session. Yeah, I like to watch this guy sometimes. Yeah, absolutely. 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 All right, cool. So, regardless, I'm going to be here for you. The ideas that you learn, or at least you try to understand what we're doing here, and always are open to learn. That's what we look. We look for guys that are open-minded, that are willing to learn, that are willing to improve. And if you can get a trade, fantastic. Okay, that will be a bonus. That will be an absolute bonus. Beautiful. All right, let's talk about it. Okay. Let's see what we have here. So today we have, of course, a lot of news. So at least not enough news, but we have some important stuff. All right. Uncle Jerome is speaking today. So that's one layer that we have to pay very close attention to. At the New York Stock Exchange Open, it starts. And then around that time here, you will see 10 minutes or 30 minutes later, the Jules job openings will come along. And it might give us slightly an expansion here. Okay. Overall, gold has been ranging, as you guys can see that. You know, extremely choppy overall here. This whole range that you can see right now, it has been happening. All right, definitely a couple of cool things that we can look at. And I'll show you a couple of levels that are very important here. Okay. But overall, based on the weekly time frame, we have set the bottom wick, we have set the top wick. We're not looking at particularly strong. On the weekly, daily is kind of neutral. I'm kind of neutral on both particular time frames, specifically the higher time frame for now. All right. You can clearly see that gold is holding support at around the 23.21. All right. I think that's important to take consideration. What are these levels about though? All right, let's talk about that. Let's mark out our levels and let's move forward from there. Okay. So gold has formed a new range since the previous Thursday expansion to the upside. It was a major move, right? 2 London sessions, a significant move to the upside. And we're currently forming a new range. We have a couple of very important key levels aligning with the New York session, which are the previous weekly POC. All right. So let's draw the weekly POC first. That's right here. If you utilize the current week, or sorry, the previous week, I could better say. You have our indicator right here, okay? You tap into the zone from left to right. You get the zone here and you have right there the previous weekly POC, right there. Okay, that's one layer. Then we have the opening price of the week. Always, we mark out the opening price of the week, regardless, because the opening price of the week is important to take in consideration. That's 23.20. All right, 23.23.20, which is right here. And this is currently where we're facing the resistance from. All right, the opening price of the week is giving us that the current, or at least at the moment, at least the current resistance right here. Okay. However, there's one level very close to that, and that is the previous Sunday open, because we're kind of hovering around the same price as where we opened a week ago, and that is around the 23.21 right here. And that's what you can see is that 4-hour support that you're forming all the time here, okay? So if you take these levels and you go back to the 4-hour time frame, then what you're gonna see is that you hold that support at around the 23.21. And, you know, at the same time, right now, we're kind of below the Sunday open yet, all right? So a reclaim above the Sunday open would consider us particularly bullish in the short term. I think there is a big chance we can, you know, we might drive up a little bit. For now, we're gonna face that resistance though. So if price indeed gets rejected here and we start breaking below the previous Sunday open, I think they can look for a particular nice move towards the downside, okay? We are actually, you know, kind of creating somewhat of a range. This might be somewhat of a distribution range. Who knows, okay? We have taken out the previous highs right here and we are struggling with maintaining price, you know, up. We're trying to really push up every single time we push up. We're kind of getting rejected from it as well, okay? Where are we getting rejected from? Well, this week, particularly also the previous weekly very high, right? The previous weekly very high was a clear rejection point, which is sitting right around the 22.33, right? So that's a level to take definitely in consideration. Now, when it comes down to this range and its expansion in this range, as long as we are holding above here, above the previous Sunday open, like there is definitely a chance that we could bounce from it. But if we really start breaking below, you know, the previous Sunday open, things are gonna go there. You know, things are not looking that great. Okay, the previous Sunday open has been our strongest level for this week and the previous week. So if we really start and get rejected at it again, and we start closing a candle below it, you know, then we look for short continuations. For now, we're above it. However, do take in consideration that the rejection point or the current rejection point comes from the Sunday open. All right, so we bounced off of the previous Sunday open, we tapped into the Sunday open, and we're now getting pushed back down here. All right, so take consideration that if that's the case, and I see a closure below here, then I would love to look for the continuation towards the downside based upon that here. At the same time, you know, we have not closed a single candle below it, so there is no need for us to think that way. All right, so what is kind of the bullish scenario? Well, I'll show you in a second. But most importantly, if we reclaim the Sunday open, all right, so that means that we create somewhat of an expansion to the upside and we start bouncing off the Sunday open, I do believe that there is a chance that we might get back towards the top of the range and we start testing at least the highs of the range again. All right. This might be also just continuation or consolidation until major news events. Keep in mind this weekend, or sorry, Friday, we have the NFP coming out. All right. This is all the way in Friday. We have also Wednesday, a big news day as well, which is tomorrow. Thursday is an Independence Day, of course. So Thursday will probably have no stream because I do believe that we'll not expect too much. It's a combination of pre-news, NFP, and a bank holiday, you could say, right? So the combination of both, I don't see any point of trading or trying to trade this on Independence Day. I didn't think it's a smart idea to start trading on a Thursday this week. All right, so anything after, fantastic. The NFP, we'll definitely trade the NFP. And then tomorrow, of course, still a bunch of potential, opportunities as well here. So therefore, all right, for now, the idea is that we're kind of paying very close attention towards the two main levels, which is the Sunday open and the previous Sunday open. All right. So this is kind of now where we're holding in between. And this is also where I'm not looking for any trade setups unless we start to break out. Okay. The moment we start to break out of this range, right, we easily start to close above it, particularly here. I do believe that might be a nice catalyst for us to look for that continuation up if we start to close below. I think then, there is not really a level of support and that can benefit us anymore. I think then that's just the particular move towards the downside, or at least maybe a slow burn to the downside here. So it might be the news that's going to do that for us. We're going to find out if it's going to be the news that will cause that expansion, if we should just start to consolidate around this particular zone. But what I think is important here at this particular moment is if we start to reclaim the Sunday open and we start to break out, that we have to pay very close attention of this layer, and that is that we might forming that support that we need now, that bounce from the previous Sunday open, which then can cause, of course, that confirmation that we need. Now we have the 4-hour closure as well. So this 4-hour candle is going to be, super important. Are we going to close below this previous Sunday open? Are we going to close above it? Are we going to flip this candle? Are we going to try to come up above the Sunday open? All these things are still legitimate, moves, particularly to give us the confirmation. That's what we're looking for. All right. So I'm very curious to see how we rock and roll here at this particular moment, and if we can reclaim the Sunday open, or if the previous Sunday open is actually now giving us, a breakdown. So no more further support here. All right. So these are no trading range for me, and anything outside of it is where I think that we could, particularly look for further continuation. What do I prefer to see? I prefer to come back into the range. Okay. Why? Because, we might just be ranging for the bigger news events to come later on this week. And if that's the case, then this might be kind of an easier long than short. Even though I do believe at some point we might be pulling back down. So I'm very curious to see where we break this range, and then we'll see from there. Shadi says, hello bro, style setting my fixed range volume profile disappeared. It automatically showed me the very high and very low. Now it only shows the POC. How can I manually identify the very high and very low? Well, if you take this zone, settings, style, values, and if you want to have these involved, you can do it. Okay. You can click them in style and you can select them. I personally don't use them because I know exactly where they are, right? So you can just find it by the highlighted section. That's practically what we're seeing. Okay. So yeah, something in that manner, bro. Something in that manner. Overall, let's see if you are able to hold above the opening price, or if this is just gonna be a particular move further towards the downside. Now, the most important part is that when we come up and we start breaking above, we really want to, make sure that we close also above this high here. So if you bounce off and we pull back, I think you can start looking for that continuation to the highs of the range. You start breaking structure, you start pulling up, you start following that initial trend on the lower time frame, and you reclaim the Sunday open based upon the hourly confirmations as well, or the 30-minute. We will find ourselves along there. If price turns around, obviously, you know, this is holding up. So anyways, based upon this, currently, I'm waiting for further notice. Currently in a trading range in between these two key levels. All right, the Sunday open and the previous Sunday open, both super important levels. Yeah. What about oil? Oil had the biggest trade for sure this week already. Yeah, oil was insane. Oil gave us that beautiful bounce. All right, we had that consolidation for the previous week. We had the previous week very high. We tapped into it yesterday. We created a double, W formation. And the second time we created a double wick confirmation. And I think you guys can see that entry model 1 on 82.235. And that was that massive expansion towards the upside right here. Can you see the entry model? Let me know in the chat. Type in a yes if you understand this entry model right here. Because this is a key example of how to utilize LTA concepts for your setups here. And this would have been, obviously you take profits along the way here, so, But this would have been an 8-to-1. Not bad. Not bad. Okay? That's pretty madness. Pretty epic overall. Beautiful confirmation, and then the previous weekly value high and the previous weekly POC were very close, and we bounced from it. We couldn't break below it. Showed us that buyers were in control, and therefore we saw that expansion to the upside. That's oil, man. Insane. Yeah, we were very bullish in oil in general. Okay, we talked about oil already for a while here. We specifically mentioned oil already a couple times. Okay, we were talking about the fact that we're looking quite bullish on the higher time frame as well, and that we were looking for long setups and long setups only for oil right now at this particular moment. So yeah, oil looking very good, man. Not gonna lie, very, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Alright, so we're breaking out of the Sunday open. This high is important, this zone is important. I really want to see what happens around this level. Or this level, this structure, I would say. Yo, Lorenzo, I'm waiting for the 4-hour closure on the Eur Usd. Did see a nice bounce from the value high. Maybe you can check it out. All right. While we're waiting for gold here, you are looking at the Eur Usd value high. Which value high? Let me know. Let me know which one you're looking at. Previous weekly? I think so, right? Aha, okay. Yeah, same thing as oil, very similar. Well, similar, yeah. Well, similar, yeah. Wait for this 4-hour closure, indeed. I like it. The only thing about the dollar is that what we're doing now is indeed, we're creating somewhat of a, how do we say that? A parallel channel right here, okay? So yeah, I do like it. And I do like the fact that the dollar, is kind of getting rejected here. It's potentially, pushing back down into this lower parallel. So if that happens, then the Eur Usd might be pushing further. Yeah. So I like it, bro. I like it. Thank you for sharing. That's indeed what you're looking for, right? The previous week very high, double wick confirmation on the higher time frame. If you think this is a too big of a stop loss, then what you can always do is you can start looking at the swings on the lower time frame, right? If not, watch the last video I uploaded talking about the swing profiles particularly, because this might be a good example, right? You break out of this high, you utilize the swing, you draw the fixed volume profile from the swing, and you wait for your setups for lower time frame confirmation entry models instead of taking the 4-hour, right? But it's up to you to decide. Up to you to decide here. But yeah, that's what happens usually when, you know, you have that 4 hour. Like your stop loss is going to get really big. And if you think it's too big, then the best thing to do is to go to the internal swings to look for your confirmations there, my friend. Pretty good. Yo, Lorenzo, how was your weekend? I have a great 2 days trade right after the bad June. I have to stay out of the trade for the night. Got to work. Hope you had a great trade tonight. Thank you, man. I'm doing well. Everything well. Family well. Life well. Everything well. Thank you, G. Thank you very much, man. Interesting that silver is looking good. Yeah, exactly. Silver. Also, I gave you guys a signal in the... What kind of a signal? It's just an idea, right? An idea in regards to the silver chart right here. Right? And I said I'm only interested in looking for longs. Look at that beautiful upsloping trend overall. Look at how we're utilizing the weekly, holding above that weekly support right here. And then at the same time, you know, we're trading above the POC of the previous week, which is also very good, and above the opening price of the week. And the weekly kind of looks pretty solid. So yes, for silver, same thing, my G. Same thing. Looking quite bullish indeed. Looking quite strong. Absolutely. Yeah, man, a lot of beautiful, beautiful setups already in July. Like silver killing it, oil killing it. Yeah, man. Just love commodities. I love trading commodities. Not just gold, commodities in general. Oil, silver, platinum, gold. You name it. Yeah. I'm professional right now with the fixed range POC. I don't miss any, even the one. No, it's the power of LTA. Yeah, man. Yeah, oil is a great example. Eur Usd is forming it right now. So Eur Usd is forming a setup right now. Silver indeed is just continuing to drive further, and the dollar is slowing down here. So yeah, I see you, my friend. I see you. I see you. Oh, look at that 4 hour support. Once again. Do you think Jake Paul can defeat Mike Tyson in a boxing match? Yes. Unfortunately, I have to say it. I hate to say it, but yes. Yeah. Not just I think I know if I have to really make a decision. You know what I mean? It's an unfair discussion, to be honest. You know, I don't think he will make it. He will make it easy for him, though. I really do not see that happening. I really don't believe that. Okay. I really do not believe that. But you got the point. It's the fantasy, bro. That's what I believe. I think it's the fantasy that people are thinking about. Right? People believe in the fantasy of, like, you know, Mike Tyson being a G, of course, thinking about his past, and I get it. He's probably the greatest of all time, or he's coming close to being the greatest of all time. But I don't know, how old is he now? Like, honestly, how old do you think he is? I don't even know how old he exactly is. This guy right now is, I mean, it is Mike Tyson. It's a beast. But he is, oh, only 58 years old. I don't know, man. I'll let you decide this. All right? The question is, okay, if you believe that Mike Tyson will kick Jake Paul's ass, right? Then my question to you is, would you be willing to put your monthly salary on it? Let me know. Holy shit, people will do it. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, anyways. Then, yeah. That's commitment right there, man. That's commitment right there. Fair enough. Okay. All right. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh man. Let's forget about trading. Let's just completely forget about trading. Let's move this whole community over to sports betting. Fuck trading, man. Let's go sports betting. All right. Let's see what our risk to reward is on this Mike Tyson Jake Paul match right here. Who needs trading if you can sports bet, right? Sarcastic, of course. People take this extremely serious. Oh, you know what Lorenzo said? Lorenzo said that he's gonna go sports betting now. Disclaimer. Yeah, so we're broke about the previous PSC. Definitely not chasing markets here at all. I really want to see price pushing. Okay, this is beautiful high-low rebreak of the Sunday Open. We have the 4-hour closure. It's about the development of the next 4-hour candle. So either way, we're going to push back or we're going to hold above the previous PSC. I'm fine with both levels, to be honest. Okay, I'm fine with both levels. And I do believe there is a chance that if you do create this, you create a little bit of a bigger, you know, swing, a bigger retracement. You broke the highs now, so you broke structure, right? We closed above this zone. We now have that, you know, low taken out or that highs taken out. So now any confirmation into the Sunday Open or the PSC, look for continuation setups. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm gonna, you know, really chill, wait for price to get back into any of these zones, form our formation, and then just see if we can look for that continuation. Do you worry about the news? Well, we have something indeed coming, but it's a bit too far away to talk about right now. It all depends where gold is at the moment of news. Okay, you have to just take into consideration that you're in a bigger range overall, all right? What we have noticed though is that we're kind of forming particular setups a little bit earlier. So before the New York Stock Exchange, before the New York Open. So we might also have to stream slightly earlier also. A little bit earlier next coming sessions, just in general. So let me know if you guys are cool with that. Thinking about 30 minutes earlier. To give us a little bit more room also. Yeah, 30 minutes earlier or something like that is what I want to implement here. Yes, I think that's a good move, Lorenzo. I noticed pretty much of the good entries happened 15-30 minutes earlier. Yeah, exactly. That's a shift in VaL. So usually, you know, the way we can do that is by just starting earlier. Simple. All right. Simple. But for now, though, on the lower time frame, stick on the 5 minute. You know, I'm looking for these higher lows, looking for the continuation up. All right. The lower we get, the better is 20 to 24, 23, 25. The previous week POC or the Sunday open. Yeah, looking for clean entry models today. Yeah. So summer, man. You know, for me, it's summer every day. To be honest with you. Like it's always, no, here in Bali, it's always 30 degrees Celsius the whole year round. The only difference is that you have raining season, all right? And Bali has a raining season. It's a season when it's raining practically for weeks. It's not that bad. I mean, it rains in the morning. Sorry, it's dry in the morning and it rains in the afternoon, but practically, you know, 3-4 months in a row, all right? And then you have the rest of the year, clean, sun, same temperature. But you guys in Europe right now, I believe, or guys in the United States or whatever the case may be, you guys are now heading into real summer. So the summer vibes are coming back, all right? Don't let that distract you, all right? Don't let that distract you. I mean, you have to enjoy a little bit, but you know what I mean? Like, put some work in. Still, regardless. So we have what, 5 minutes, okay, for our closure. Then the next 4-hour candle is, you know, kind of what I'm looking for. I'm looking to aim for the highs, which brings us back towards this range, all right? The range that we've seen there. We got rejected from that previous range before, but that's kind of what I'm aiming for. It's this particular zone, okay? Right here, something like that. And I want to see us looking at a previous weekly POC entry model confirmation based upon that trade setup. So that could lead us towards the highs. And if price aggressively pushes down, then the Sunday open is also for me a potential setup, you know, as well here. So it's either one of those. The internals are good, right? That re-break after we took out the lows and we held above the previous Sunday open. We just aggressively came up, but no need to FOMO in. I think there are plenty of opportunities if price retraces into either one of these two levels to target that same old range that we have seen here, which starts practically at 23.32 And it might take us to 23.33, something like that. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. That retracement and that potential continuation play towards the upside right here. Okay. Something like that. It could be this one. It could be this one. I don't really care. It depends on the retracement. Okay. Depends on the retracement. Depends how we react into this particular range. Now the entry model types I think will be on the lower time frame, like the 5 minute or something like that. And yeah. Anyways, check it out. All right. For the people that are in LTA, we released our latest video, which is the swing POCs, the swing profiles. Okay. The next video is the top-down analysis. All right. It's the entry models and it's your top-down analysis. How to start on a higher time frame, how to move to the lower time frame, how and where to look for your entries. So it's gonna be a very long video, right? So this video is 59 minutes. This video is around 60 minutes. This is only 32 minutes. This is 59 minutes. This is 82 minutes. This is 75 minutes. All right. So every video is on average at least an hour. But yeah, that's the only way to get the message across. So you really need to sit and take your time for it. All right. That's the idea. So the next video is the entry models and the top-down analysis. All right. Lorenzo, monthly closed like dojo. How can we expect high selling? What's your opinion on that? I think a lot of choppiness, bro. I think we're gonna, gold in general has been broken, if you want to call it this way. Right? It creates a range and expands out of a range. That's practically what gold does. It ranges and it breaks out. It ranges and it breaks out. If you are trading in a range, then there is nothing much you can do then, besides just trading the range itself. So when it comes down to the monthly closure, I think later down the road, maybe the NFP, who knows? We need a catalyst, right? And the catalyst might be a big news event or something in that matter. That will help us out too. Okay. How does the new scalping system looks like? Same thing. Also in the last video, I mentioned it quickly. But yeah, no, it's the same thing. It has to do with the swing profiles on the lower time frame. Yeah. Or we look at this range, all right? Something like that. Hey Lorenzo, is it easy to immigrate to Bali? If you have some money, yeah. Yeah. Lorenzo, why don't we trade the FOMC with buy stops and sells? Good question, my friend. Good question. You probably know why. We have talked about it many times before, but I tend to like to look, especially in news. I tend to work with limit orders. As I kind of want to more, I give myself the opportunity to anticipate more on the setup rather than guess the direction. Of course, I'm still in my head, I kind of look for a bias, but the limits is usually where I'm looking for. Okay. How much do you need for normal life there? $1,000, $1,500? Man. It's a good question, my G. It depends what kind of life you want to live. A normal life. I mean, Bali's getting really expensive, bro. It's getting really expensive. That digital nomad fantasy is completely over. It's done. Maybe before COVID. Maybe. Ever since that happened and the recovery came and, you know, people started to build villas and invest heavily in land and in real estate, everything went through the roof. So unless you're not a, maybe if you're a local, but if you're not a local, forget it, man. Forget it. It's, you know, he spent a lot of money here. He spent a lot of money here. Yeah. How much do you earn on YouTube? Very disappointing. If you want to look, if you want to, you know, utilize views, it's very disappointing, my friend. Yeah, very disappointing. The YouTube money really comes if you make content, and not if you live stream. Because live streaming is not, you know, giving you the revenue that you know, might think you get. If you create evergreen content that can run the whole year around and that starts to run and you have a couple of videos with a mil, maybe. But live streaming is not that beneficial, right? It's not that beneficial. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not that, you know, it's live streaming, man. The live streaming is just usually not the best way, unless you get a lot of donations or something like that. But yeah, like, you know, who's gonna beg for donations? That's a little bit gay as well. Let's be honest, man. Come on. Please donate. Donate $5 for the super chat. I mean, the guys that do it are G's, but you know, you should not ask for it, and we probably always use it for giveaways anyways. So yeah. So yeah, that's the reality, right? This is not as beneficial as people might think. It is. Why you live in Bali? Well, I'm a trader. I consider myself a trader, all right? I would not consider myself a boxer. I would say I'm more of a guy that boxes, all right? And does boxing, but I'm not a boxer, okay? I am a trader though. So when it comes down to trading, you know, I really like to trade in the evening and the afternoon. I don't like trading in the morning. I just don't like it. So that means that in the Netherlands, I would be, you know, probably if I want to trade the London session, I have to start trading at 8 a.m. That's not my piece of cake. I don't like it. So time zone wise, Bali is nice. Singapore would also be nice. You know, anything in this time zone would be good. That's just personal preference. So yeah. I got my first 4-figure withdrawal from Vantage today. Thank you so much for recommending that. All good, my friend. Congrats. Pay yourself out. That's important. pay yourself out. You can endlessly compound, but sometimes paying yourself out is also a wise decision. All right. Best funded pub firms in your opinion for CFDs, I would say FDMO and funded next. And for futures, I would say Top Step, Apex. I would prefer Top Step. So yeah. What do you think is the best way to withdraw profits from the next? Make a couple of percentages. Don't be too greedy. Get your first payout and scale up your account with a bigger account or a bigger challenge or whatever the case may be. Right? Start slow. Give yourself the confirmation. Increase it over time. Yeah, Vantage is one of the fastest growing exchange firms now. Like it's actually, it's ridiculous. If you look at the numbers. So they're doing something right. And FTMO has been in the game already, you know, for a long time. So either one of those. If you're asking about Vantage withdrawals, I think it's best to withdraw through crypto. I like crypto. Yeah, that's how I like to work with brokers. But for people that are not really crypto fanatics, it doesn't really matter. But I like to work with crypto, yeah. But it's not a necessity, all right? At all. So the PUC has been a very good level, by the way. We have been working with this level already yesterday as well. So yesterday we had a very, very choppy day overall, right? If you looked at it, like up and down and up and down and up. But around the PUC here, we have seen today a pretty nice entry model, which is kind of your entry model 1. Let me know if you guys can see it. Right there. That's exactly what you want to see, right? So you bounce off the PUC, price shoots up to the highs and it sells off from there. And it was a quick, you know, trade overall. Yeah, page 50 once again, right? So that's the same entry model that you see here. So if you're new and you have no idea what we're doing here, then just look at these entry models. In the next edition of the ebook, more entry models will be added. And we will define the structure of the market much more as well. It's going to help you instead of, you know, looking for entry models all the time. You also look at your directional buys and pay very close attention to this as well. So this will come in the next edition, but you know, that's kind of what you see here. You have the double wick confirmation, and then the third candle breaks the high right there, and then that's your entry. And your stop goes, of course, below the PUC. All right, so that's there. Your stop goes below the candle. And then you target the highs. Very clean 3 to 1. And that's a key example of how to utilize, let's say, the POC as your key level. So that's one layer, right? And it taps into it and it expands, and it is around a 52 pip mover against a 16 pip stop loss, something like that. So, you know, you tap into the highs and you can see clearly that it's unable to break it, and it starts to sell off from there, right? So, you know, you also, before that, by the way, reclaimed the Sunday open, right? You started to come down, you reclaimed it, you pulled back into the previous week POC, and that was your setup right there. So yeah. Everything is easy with LTA when you look for 4 hours back, but when you try LTA now on the chart, there's always stop loss. Tell me why. Bro, I think you're new, number one. I think you came here less than a month ago. So yeah, I'm not gonna say that I'm perfect, and I'm also gonna make, you know, I'm also gonna make either mistakes or I'm gonna have a bad month. But my recommendation is to zoom out, all right? And a lot of guys cannot zoom out because they're like a fish. They have like a fish brain, all right? Blub, 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 5 seconds, and they're back in reality. So, you know, you need to observe, you need to zoom out. And I think that's the better way of looking at it, okay? On the streams, just on gold, by the way, right? But, you know, obviously we have been working with our group, and I've never seen more wins in our group over the last month than every month before that. Besides May. May was indeed the biggest month. But I don't blame you, man. If you're new, you come in, then yeah, man. I don't blame you either. You know, you can just also go against me. Simple, right? So if I go long, you go short. Or if I go short, you go long. And you just don't look at your own analysis, but you just do that. And then, you know, in the long term, we'll see. We're getting rejected though. So we're getting a little bit of a pushback now. I'm very curious to see what will happen in either previous weekly POC or the Sunday Open. Yeah. Yeah, I always recommend people to zoom out, man. I mean, we have done, what, 400 trades on stream now. So, like, yeah. I mean, 2 years. It's almost been 2 years. No way. Today is 2 years, fam. Today is exactly the day. It's actually a special day today. I just realized this right now. It's actually a very special day today. Okay, because it's 2 years. The 2nd of July 2022 was my first live stream. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That is crazy. Yeah, man. Wow. Damn that it's been 2 years. That's unbelievable. I can't believe it. Wow. 2 years of grinding, man. 2 years of being here. Getting slapped in the face. To be exact, 65 times. Right? 65 times here. No. I got slapped in the face in front of you guys. That's pretty nasty. That's a lot of times, right? But that's something you have to accept if you are in the trading game and you're trying to be the G. You can't complain, right? You shouldn't complain. Two years and you don't complete your 100K. No, I know, man. Can you believe that? Yeah, that's live streaming in a nutshell, man. Live streaming is a different way of growth. Completely different way of growing. Yeah, yeah. Completely different way. "24 months of grinding. Your parents must be proud." My mother is always, you know, always supported me through thick and thin. My father also, well, it's like, you know, he's starting to see that we're doing something right. You know, he needs a little bit of confirmation, but I respect that. I respect that. I respect that. I get it, you know, I completely get it. Yeah, so after this retracement, right, so you really want to see really nice formation forming here, because you can definitely see that sellers are trying to push price further down here. So, you know, a bigger retracement might be reliable also. So you just pay very close attention. This level has not been hit, at least not yet. Let me set an alert just to know exactly when it is, or when it does. Lorenzo, is your mom still trading? My mom is still trading. Yeah, my mom is still trader. My mom is a full-time trader. No joke. My mom is a full-time trader. Yeah, and you know what the thing is about my mom? She trades. Oh, she's starting to use LTA now. Kind of because of me, but like, I'm not forcing her at all. I let her really make her own decision, because what she did is she traded with high Kanashi candles and EMAs. So high Kanashi confirmations and EMAs, and she made it work. She made it work. Yeah. Crazy, right? High Kanashi candles. Like this. Yeah, if you're not used to that, you think like, damn, that's wild. That's insane. Like high Kanashi. But yeah, no, what she does makes sense. I mean, it works for her, right? So. Does your mom have a free ebook? No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. Hello, Lorenzo. After a couple years of trading, are you still going to be a trader, or are you going to invest in stocks? No, I'm going to be more swing trader. Yeah. I'm going to be much more of a swing trader. So, you know, Bigger positions swing. That's my future. It's kind of like a set and forget strategy. Yeah, that's the future though. Because it gives me more room, more freedom, you know, to travel, to do more things. After a number of months of LTA, are you satisfied with the profit in money and the absolute risk to reward ratio? Yeah, I'm very satisfied. It's not just months, that's been a year. I'm very satisfied. Yeah. Yeah. Especially if you trade multiple pairs. There are a lot more things you can do. You're watching Netherlands game later? Yeah. Oh yeah, shit, that's soon, right? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm still streaming. You will teach us before you leave or leave without? Bye. Listen, man, we're gonna make sure we have an army. So maybe I'm not gonna be the streamer. Maybe somebody else is gonna stream. In the future. Bob, we're not gonna let you down, man. Come on, man. Ha! Come on. We're not gonna let you down. Yeah. We're gonna find other streamers that will stream LTA, for example. Yeah, so Uncle Jerome is gonna speak soon. Uncle Jerome. It's gonna be probably that interview that he always gives. Giving some insights maybe in what they're looking at or hinting at in regards to the interest rates. It's going to be so important, by the way, because we really need to, we really want to have a better understanding now of potential interest rate cuts, right? Rate cuts. We really want to know if it's going to happen this year, and if so, how much or how many times, because there's too much speculation. They're saying this, but they're doing that. So I hope really to learn from this conversation or get us slightly more insights in regards to the rate cuts. Because if that's the case, markets can rip still, and not just that, crypto as well potentially. Very risky to trade at Uncle Jerome's speech. Yeah, well, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out when he starts talking and speaking. If we're gonna see price moves regardless, potential price moves anyways. So what's happening here? Well, a lot of guys will look for shorts around there. All right, around these highs. I do like this internal low. We do know that we have been breaking above the opening price of the week. So any good solid retracement can in my opinion give us the best opportunities. If price continues to drive up higher, then once we're at the top of the range, we're gonna just see how price responds, and we're gonna work more with the fixed levels to work with, right? Same thing happened here. The fixed POC was that rejection on the lower time frame. So This is kind of your rejection level, 23.32. What was your biggest trade of the month so far? I mean, bro, we just got started. Yeah, oil was good. I think silver was pretty nice. We had a really nice trade on silver yesterday as well. Anti-model 3, Sunday open, consolidation, manipulation, and break above the opening price. Sunday open is our key level, and we target the previous weekly value high. That's kind of what you're seeing, that reaction. That was really clean. So yeah, that was the first trade of the month. Silver, believe it or not. But that was the first trade of the month, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we mentioned this before as well for the people in our group. We said that silver is very well respected. We're only looking for long setups, that's it. What do you think is better, focusing on one pair or trading multiple? I mean, it depends on the person, man. Some guys just like to focus on one pair and just one pair only, and they just accept that different market conditions will not provide them with the best months, and they move on, right? But at least they have to focus on one pair, one instrument, which is good. And other guys are more, you know, looking for the right setups under certain conditions in different instruments, and they know exactly what they're looking for, but the difference is that they're familiar with more instruments than just one instrument, so they know how each instrument individually moves. So yeah, every instrument has its own nature, so you cannot expect every instrument to run the same. So you really want to make sure you get familiar with multiple, all right, and not just purely looking at your entries, your setups. No, you really want to understand the way it moves as well. So it all depends on the person. Some people prefer both, and other guys, they just you know, really focus on that one instrument, and that's it, and they accept bad months when they occur. Okay, we have the New York Stock Exchange open now, so you know, combine that with Jerome, and let's see how we develop. Have you seen Lumada, Hitachi's new data-driven AI? I'm interested to see if it will trade better, LTA better than humans. Either scary or something to embrace. Lumada. Is that something? Sorry, man. I'm usually I'm quite updated, I have to say. Let me confirm that. I will check it out. I'll check it out. Thank you for sharing. I will check it out. I'll check it out. Yeah. The news, there's no effect. No, the news is not. It's not like an event. It's not like, sorry. It's not like an instant outcome, right? It's Uncle Jerome getting interviewed. So, you know, it's gonna be a whole hour or an hour and a half of Uncle Jerome talking about how great and how good and how strong the labor market is. Sir, please say about the meaning of good trades for your experience. So when the structure aligns with your, you know, your, so there are three different ways of, you know, the way we're utilizing LTA. We have price volume. Price volume indicates contracts that are executed at certain price levels. These are you know, usually areas of interest. Okay. Then we have candle volume. It's kind of gives you sorry for that. You have candle volume, which gives you the direction. And you have session volume, right? And session volume comes in a particular session in the market. So we're trying to do an A+ setup for me is when the session volume, the candle volume, and the price volume, aka the key levels, align in combination with the structure of the market. Sounds complicated, but it's actually not complicated. It's pretty straightforward. And what you want to do is you want to avoid it. You know, you just want to avoid a lot of setups, because you're gonna see a lot of entry models, but it does not mean that you have to take every single trade. And what I realized is that less is more, especially if you trade multiple instruments. Yeah, Jerome Paul. We can listen to Jerome for a couple minutes. I don't want to really torture you for too long. Okay, I'm not gonna torture you for that long. That's all I can say. Definitely will do that.
But a step that would be followed by further review of data, further understanding.
Okay, let's wait for Uncle Jerome here. Okay, let's wait for Uncle Jerome. I think that's the best way to do it. Because, yeah, you know, maybe you guys know Christine Lagarde from the Euro, you know, the European Union. Not as interesting anymore. Like, I really fall asleep with Christine. Sorry, Uncle Jerome I can listen to, but you know, Christine Lagarde, man. If I had a rough day, right, and I'm overthinking and I can't sleep, I listen to her. That's usually the way to you know, to fall. It's kind of lullabies for adults. It's kind of the way to do it. No, she's pro, like, you know, CBDCs, all that stuff, right? So the digital euro. Lorenzo, how to stop smoking weed? You know, just don't be a loser. That's it. No, seriously, on a serious note, change your habits, man. You need new habits. You're missing something, right? It's a gap, and you need to fill up that gap that you created for yourself. There's a reason why you feel that gap. And that gap is something, it's like an imbalance in the market. It's like a fair value gap, right? That thing needs to get filled before it, you know, it drives and continues. Okay? So fill up your internal imbalances before, and, you know, do that by changing something in your life. Like go to the gym or do something. Do something else. Do you do drugs? Nope. No. No. Cannot do that here, especially. All right, cool. We're back at the top of the range here. Dollar is breaking down. I want to pay very close attention to this level, the 105.36, sorry, 333. It's gonna drive price gold up a little bit more. So we're now back in the top. So we got rejected from this level beforehand, which is the 2332. I really want to pay close attention to this level. Hey man, do you like playing cricket? I mean, to be real honest with you, I've not really tried cricket because it's not really that big in my country. So I would not be able to give you a, you know, a solid answer, my friend. Really. Maybe it's good. I don't know. Never tried it. In my country, it's either you are either a soccer player, you are a fighter, or you play field hockey or something like that. That's it. when the LTVIP is going to open. I missed the last one. It's not going to happen again. Yeah, no. So we're currently still closed. I think we have been closed for how long? I don't even know. Longer than a month now. That's for sure. All right, we tapped into it. We tapped into the fixed POC and it's news. So we have more news coming as well. We're now tapping into that zone. So and let's see when the dollar is settled. All right. So as long as the dollar is running, let me clean it up for you. As long as the dollar is just pushing down aggressively, there's no need to start looking for shorts yet. Because this is the main reason why gold is pushing so hard. Okay. Taking out all the stop losses, the sellers that are here. Or early sellers, you could say. Okay. Sellers from like the 2230, 2233. Like these are not taken out or are gonna get taken out. So the only thing that we can wait for is the dollar to chill out, and relax a little bit. And what tends to happen is that price technically dumps aggressively, and then Uncle Jerome starts speaking, and the tide turns. The tide turns around here, and you will see it also happening a lot with the FOMC. See that happening where price shoots up and then aggressively moves down, or the other way around. But at this moment, we're now in that resistance or support, you could say. So let's pay close attention to what the dollar is going to do here. If there is a potential chance that we hold here, and if you hold here, then we might just sweep out all the highs, all the sellers, take out all the early sellers, supply and demand traders, let's say, right? Stop loss are then above, and then we wait for the gold to chill, to relax, to recover. And then, looking for potential reversal trade. Why? Because you move up so aggressively that it's also easier to come down, especially when these two news events are still in play. So, Uncle Jerome speaking, and then the Jolt job openings in 50 minutes. So the dollar chilling, all right, slowing down. Euro indeed. We were talking about the euro, right? It's moving. It's moving. So, this is obviously not the best risk to reward, right? You were looking at a 0.66 now. But that's not really the best setup unless you target the highs. But it is an entry model 1 on the 4-hour time frame. Okay, so that's definitely the case. But we talked about it. Now, where it gets interesting is of course the lows and the break of the lows, and I think the higher low potential scenario. So like we said before, for the Eur Usd, if that's what you're looking for, then that might be a better opportunity for you rather than to wait for the 4-hour to give you that setup. Okay, even though it's a legitimate 4-hour entry model 1 setup, right? Especially if you target the highs and you mitigate and take out the highs here, you would have easily gone back up to take out the highs as your target, which is still decent enough. So this is for somebody, I'm not sure who it was, but somebody that talked and asked a question about the Eur Usd. This is your entry model 1. Okay, can also be on a 2-hour time frame if you have spotted this one, not just the 4-hour, but it can also be the 2-hour. We have that confirmation. Would have given you, of course, a better move, a better confirmation. You would be now sitting at like a 2-to-1. So yeah, for the person that talked about the EU, that was your trade indeed. Is Jerome speaking? Not yet. Oh, we're getting there now. There we go.
Services inflation is stickier, and famously it's tied to wages. I would say, so look at the U.S. labor market. We've seen
Told you.
a pretty substantial move toward better balance than we had a couple of years ago. When
Told you.
was in,
First thing he does, strong labor market.
So what you see now is an unemployment rate that's moving back up toward a more sustainable level. You see wage increases moving back down toward a sustainable level of wage increases, inflation, and productivity. You see, vacancies to unemployment ratio coming back to where it was pre-pandemic, and so many other measures I could mention. So that's what we're seeing. And so the labor market, wage increases are still a bit above where they would wind up in equilibrium, but nonetheless, you can see the labor market is cooling off, appropriately so, and we're watching it very carefully. But it doesn't look like it's heating up or presenting a big problem for inflation going forward. Indeed, it looks like it's doing just what you would want it to do, which is to cool off over time, not quickly, not suddenly, not steeply. It's kind of what we've been hoping to see and have been seeing. So, and services generally they're such a mixed bag, particularly non-housing services are a mixed bag. Some of what you're seeing is catch-up inflation from inflationary pressures that happened earlier. That's true with insurance. It's also true with housing services inflation, where you've got some pent-up rent increases that have to work their way off. It turns out it takes more than 1 year for that to happen. It takes several years. So we see all that in train, and we don't see ourselves getting back to 2% inflation this year or next year, or maybe late next year, but in the year after. The main thing is we're making real progress.
Can you keep cutting President Lagarde if he keeps holding? Does it make it harder?
Well, look, I'm going to give you the conventional response.
Sorry,
because
I'm so sorry. Sorry, now I'm sorry. Take a deep breath.
The conventional question you ask me.
It's okay. It's all good. Are you looking for potential sell? So gold's on a rally. All right, I'm just chilling, waiting for the dollar to just, chill the fuck out a little bit. All right, if you start breaking below, obviously, of course, there is more downside, more continuation for gold. Keep in mind, we have news in 10 minutes. All right, so this is very, very important. Lorenzo, do you drink? No, I stopped drinking a while ago. Yeah, because it really messes me up. So no. No. I just feel I'm getting a bit older, man. I'm not joking. Like, honestly. It's just not my thing, man. It's just not my thing. That's what I realized. It's just not my thing. So, just drink my tea. Drink my tea, drink my coffee. And I'm happy. Yeah, so what's important now, right, is that the prices continue to drive higher. We're breaking above the range. We have new news in 8 minutes from now. It's not uncommon for price to potentially reverse at any given moment, especially if, you know, he can say one thing, price aggressively pushes down beforehand. So we started to drop around 6 p.m. Sorry, 6 a.m. 6 p.m. my time. We started to drop, we're getting into this zone, all right? It's kind of like an inverted entry model 1. That's kind of what we're looking for. We don't trade the dollar. Well, that's kind of what we're waiting for. We're waiting for price to tap into this range, respond to it, and potentially look for somewhat of a retracement. And look for that initial continuation bounce to the upside, okay? So it's practically similar to what you see now. Something like that, right? That push up. We really need to start chilling around this level for a while and then make a potential retracement. What could be the catalyst for that? I mean, the news. It's coming in 7 minutes. The Jules job openings in 7 minutes. Might be one of these zones here. So when pulling back, okay, if you want to clean it up here, you can go to the 1 hour time frame. Like we have been constantly getting rejected at that same exact level, by the way. All right, which is the 2234. And what is that level about? Well, this level comes from this particular range, okay? And what you see there is that around, sorry, my bad, around this high, okay, the 2227 and the 2334, a significant amount of volume was traded, which the 2234 seemed to be one of the strongest levels of rejection here. So we have a very hard time breaking the 2234, and every single time we get towards that zone, we see somewhat of a rejection from it, right? Which is kind of right here. So I'll pay very close attention to the news. I'm gonna pay very close attention to the news now, and this exact level, and see what we can do from there. So for now, we're still holding up. This is still the high that's trying to reject here. Now on the lower time frame is where I want to start looking at key zones, key levels, and then reclaim, a rebreak below could then lead into continuation to the downside. So unless you start really breaking aggressively to the upside here and you close an hourly candle above and you start really pushing hard, you know, we might shift the momentum here, but yeah, let's pay very close attention towards the you know, our main level, which is the 2235. How do you handle criticism, particularly in light of trades that haven't met expectations? Usually when I close the stream after a loss, I sit on the couch. I have maybe, yeah, like a 1 hour, you know, therapeutical session with one of my best friends. He guides me through a whole playlist, like a playbook, but then for psychology. And then like kind of midway, I start crying. And then he says, just go to bed. And I cry myself to sleep. Yeah, something like that. And the next morning, I'm feeling good. I'm back to work. Ah, good reaction from this level. I like that. The big impulses I like. The bigger the impulse, the bigger the move potentially down if it's the case, right? If the news comes out and then we see that that bounce from this zone. I like the fact that we're here with the dollar, right? The dollar is now at that level that we wanted the dollar to be at. At least if it continued to drop, then that's the level to go for. It's practically the mid-range. You've been seeing it right here. You've been holding here. You've been holding here. You've been rejecting here. You've been holding here. So anything in this matter, an hourly closure, and a potential retracement back up might be good. If you start breaking below, gold's gonna keep, you know, potentially ripping. So the at least we can do is wait for this and let gold, you know, stay below this level, around this zone, and then yeah, we kind of have what we're looking for. Races, I'm using Vantage for a couple years now. I really like to see trading mentors are pushing legit brokers, which is rare actually. At my respect. Yeah, nice, G. Yeah. Yeah, it's different than some Hanko trade. No offense to Hanko. Well, actually, Hanko trade. Yeah. I'm not sure if you guys heard of Hanko trade before, but yeah, be careful. Be careful. Hey, I used Hanko trade. What are you trying to say? Yeah, man. No, listen, like, yeah, anyways. No comment. I mean, Hanko Low, I love them, but what's been the issue? Okay, that's interesting, because I got offered a deal, right? And that doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. You know, it makes sense for me, but it doesn't make sense for you at all. And like, the money has to come from somewhere, right? It's not going to come out of nothing. Okay, news. Yeah, that was the zone. Ah, come on. Don't come down all the way here. Leave us some room for confirmations. Guys, did you recover your balance since last losses? Yep, I did. In the last day of the month. Come on, man. Don't do this to us. Don't do this to us. Don't come down all the way. Right at around news. Unless you're trading news here, the Jules job openings, then yeah. Might be interesting. But I'm definitely going to wait for confirmation. Especially around these type of events. So what happened? All the highs got taken out, right? All these early shorters that were shorting from here and here, they got taken out right now. You tap into this high and at 4-hour resistance, which is a strong volume level based upon this whole range. Okay? And we're unable to break above it. We're unable to break above it. We have been trying to break above it, but every single time when we get there, you know, we just reverse. And it's funny, the price taps into it right as when the news comes out. Again, it's like they drive price into it, news comes out, and they flip the script. I'm not sure exactly what the outcome was, so we can confirm this. Yeah, that's what I mean. So, interesting. Yeah, good for the dollar. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah, this came out better. The dollar now is bouncing indeed from that zone. It's not that fantastic, let's be honest now. So we might be pushing back. But the dollar came right into that zone and we reacted from it after the news came out. So now it's really up to me to say, up to the market to see what the dollar will do here and if there is a chance of price pushing into it. What you're gonna see now is that you will, you know, you have a key level around, yeah, this level indeed. The 2332 is indeed the level to look for. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's news in a nutshell, of course. But with news, anything could happen, man. We could continue to drive further. Anything could happen around this this event. Have you seen the move on silver? It's probably good, right? Yep. It's probably very good. You know, silver, we've been talking about it. Simplicity is key sometimes, and you can see it. It's, yeah, it's very nice, bro. Very, very good. Very clean. Okay, I'm starting to like this. I'm starting to like the pullback. Yeah, I love the reaction. So kind of this is kind of your double wick confirmation, and this is the break, and you reclaim the previous the early previous Sunday open. So this is where things get nice. This is where we can start looking for our trades now towards the downside. What level do we have? We have the early previous Sunday open. So what we want to see is we want to see a candle, let's say, tapping into this zone, and any indecisive candle around the early previous Sunday open followed by a breakdown of the previous low is a short continuation for me. It's at the same exact level where we initially got rejected from, by the way. Is that fixed POC level? We talked about this level beforehand. We had this zone, we have this zone. This break is nice, it's clean. So this 5-minute closure is going to give us a lot more information. This would have been a fantastic entry model 1, but you know, unfortunately this was our news event itself. So it's just too risky to take. Inverted entry model, yeah, you could say so, right? Double wick. Third one breaks the highs. You know it. In this case, breaking the lows and looking for that to continue to drive here. Wow. Price comes up, takes out all the shortest reverses. Not a single confirmation, not even on the lower time frame. Rack City. Rack City. It's beautiful though. It's beautiful. All the shorters that were entering here got stopped out. They manipulated the tap in the highs. Unfortunately, this news event was in the way. Otherwise, definitely looked like an entry model 1. This is a massive 5-minute candle as well. Wow. 75 pips, 5-minute candle. Yeah, so unless you were willing to take the gamble here for the entry model 1 confirmation on the 4-hour resistance and the volume POC, then I think it would have been a good trade. If you trade the news and if you're willing to take that entry model 1, there would have been an entry here and stop above. Kind of like a sell stop kind of thing. If you're willing to take the risk, you would end up with a really clean, nice setup. Overall, pretty risky because price could have easily continued to drive higher. But if that's in your risk parameters, then it's a beautiful trade. Similar to what you see here, we talked about it beforehand. If this is your level, your POC level, whatever the case may be, you have a double wick confirmation. And, you know, that's kind of what you want to see. So you want to see something like this. And you want to break it. So yeah, that would have been a very nice sell if you trade this news. And the dollar came to that level. Now this is not good for gold. Well, good for us, but not for them. Let's see where we close this 50-minute. Yeah, so the next level is of course here, but I'm not looking. If you see this aggressive move to the downside, I'll be very cautious with looking for long subs now. You know, until we're really proving otherwise, right? Because otherwise we're gonna get into, you know, constantly looking for longs and shorts, then longs and shorts. Like there's a reason why price took out the highs and is now flipping bearish. So I'm just, you know, at least aware of it. Okay, we do have indeed the Sunday Open sitting there. We almost stepped into that, and we do indeed have the previous weekly POC reacting from this zone here, but it's actually much lower than that level. So that level is not as relevant now as it would have been. Okay, but a lot of mixed sentiment in the chat as well. I can see a lot of guys are short, a lot of guys are long. And that's what you can see based upon the you know, on the range itself, right? It speaks for itself. So this 50-minute will close in 40 seconds. Jerome in the building. So if you took that trade at the EM1 trade, then yeah, be cautious. Might want to think about taking some profits here, not to get too greedy. You don't have to close your full position, but just don't be too greedy. Try to catch some moves. I definitely would have had taken this clear entry model in our playbook if it was not for news. For sure. Mr. Hobby says I took the EM1 sell, grabbed 50 pips. Nice. When are you going to take trades? When the time is right. When it aligns with what I'm looking for. Okay, previous weekly POC is definitely reacting. And dollar is definitely slowing down. So I have to say it's pretty clean though. It's a pretty clean reaction, and the rejection of the dollar is also showing that as well. Lorenzo, you no longer trade the Nasdaq Eur Usd? I took a trade in London, but not on stream here in New York session though. All right, so we have been bouncing constantly from the 20 to 21. We're getting rejected 20 to 26. We're at the lower spectrum of the range. We're holding above the previous week POC. So it might be that the previous week POC might give us an entry model 1 on the 15-minute time frame, which is gonna be like a quick scalp towards the upside, as long as the dollar stays below the POC and doesn't break above it. The main thing is that we will not have that much resistance when we're pushing back after that aggressive move here. Rafael says swipe of the swing very low, looking good for buys. If you take the low to the high. You mean you're talking about the low soon? 2220? Higher time frame. Okay, we'll check it out. Yeah, so the only thing I would look for now, you know, after this EM1 that we've seen here around the 2236 is 2 solid closure above here, which then induces the 30-minute to close as well. And if it's above the previous week POC, then we know what we're looking for. If price continues to drive down, then you know, we really have to wait for, you know, the previous Sunday open to give us that continuation. So you're in the middle of a range. So at this moment, I'm quite neutral, and I just purely base it on the entry models that would give us the confirmation in combination with the dollar. The weekly open is strong area of support for gold, with possibility for gold to continue to go up. Yeah, I agree. So the Sunday open is fantastic, but the previous weekly POC is showing us an entry. If you do close above it though. Because you're gonna see something like this. You're gonna see like an indecisive candle closure here. You're gonna form another bottom wick into this candle, and then the idea is to take that next wick and to start breaking the highs and to really start driving further to the upside from there, which could then give you potentially somewhat of a fill before price continues to react, respond. You know, maybe push up one more time and start coming back down and just continue the range. Just starting to push up, starting to push down. Now, what I want to look for is that closure above the previous week POC, a next retracement, and then based upon that, trying to catch that move here, which kind of includes us being quite good. And if price continues to drive, fantastic. But something like an indecisive closure is important above that level here, in order for me to start looking at any setups right now. Interesting though. It's gonna be the 30-minute as well. I love guys having the expectation of price continue to drop here significantly. I think there is also a big chance that we might be in this range now, because the catalyst itself would have been this particular event or Jerome Powell speaking, but this has not really much of an impact right now. So it's the combination of the fact that we have a lot more news coming this week on a Wednesday, so tomorrow. So that's going to be a big week. Maybe that will cause somewhat of an expansion or a catalyst. And then Friday, of course. So we usually tend to stay within the range in boring ranges until the NFP comes out. But hey, it might be different this time. Who knows? So price took out the lows, it took out the highs, now is back at this level. The 2226. Such an important level, fam. Shout out to Petru. Okay, we close indecisive. So let's see if our next candle can give us a wick into our zone and then a drive further. All right, dollar's moving. Not there yet. We really want to see us stepping into the POC. Dollar is coming down though. Dollar is pushing back. 1 hour flip. Have you entered? No. No. If it doesn't give me the answer, I'm just not taking it today. Then it's gonna be one of those days where I just don't take it. It really has to come back down and it has to tap into the zone one more time and give us a better expansion. The way we opened was just not perfect. And you can see it's struggling, right? You can see it's struggling. So Brita says I'm in. I trust his setup. All right, good luck. Good luck. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I really want to see the POC POC tapping into it and re-breaking the highs. If that happens, I'm all in for buys. Same for the next candle. Let's say you close this candle bullish with a relatively hammer-based candle. The next one does it, then I'm willing to enter as well. But the main reason what I wanted to see is that inducement one more time into the previous week POC to really give us that triple confirmation to drive price up, because we've seen around the open that the price immediately continued to drive further. And you're gonna struggle, man. You're gonna struggle around this level. You get rejected at this previous candle there. So if we start to come down and we re-break the highs, I'm all in for buys. I'm all in for buys. That's the only valid setup that I can find now. But yeah, the indecisive candle, fantastic. So that means that the next 50-minute, you could say next 50-minute candle could be the one. But it must retest the previous POC one more time here. It's not always the case, but it's just because when talking about a reversal play, right? A heavy rejection from a key level, which was an anti-model 1 on the 5-minute. You really want to see that triple confirmation before you start pushing price back up again, especially in a bigger range. And especially when it's built up around news, events, interviews, Jerome Powell, you name it. Overall, I really like the rejection from the dollar though. That's a good sign. So I'm not worried about the dollar. Dollar looking good. So if this, retracement taps comes into it and we hold and we re-break, I'm all in for buys. Or if the same candle does it as well, right? If we come back into it and we re-break the highs. If it just goes up, I'm not taking it because there are just so many scenarios where we could roll over. Find our real low and then potentially start pushing up again. There we go. So yeah, now we're flipping bearish. Anti-model 4, the problem with anti-model 4 is that you want to take it right into the into your key levels here. The Sunday open, the POC. There's definitely interest. There is definitely momentum from buyers as well. Like, don't get me wrong, it's definitely buyers as well selling here. It's just there is not enough pressure to re-break the highs. So the only thing that I could think about is tapping into this level and re-breaking the highs. So that would then include a new position based upon the re-break after this level has been tapped to then take it up. But this candle was not enough for us to enter. At least not for me right now at the moment. It's not a valid entry model for me personally. Even though you have the double wick confirmation, the third candle breaks the highs. You know, because there's so many factors included and an aggressive move down, you really want to see at least a triple wick confirmation, or you just play it this way. You wait for the price to tap into it and then re-break the highs again is where I would take a trade from. Otherwise, now we would have been in drawdown. We would have been in the kind of FOMO land, right? And we would have had issues again. So now we're tapping into the previous PVC again. If we now re-break the highs again, I'm willing to take a trade here. What account should we work? Our $10,000 account or $100,000 account? Let's do the $10,000 account. Stop loss on break even at 23.31.15. And then a rebreak of the highs here, yeah? So I'm gonna set the pending buy at 2328.48. And I'm gonna put my stop below the lows. That rebreak is important now. We have been holding up way too long above the previous PVC. If we just break down, we don't get into our trade. But that triple wick confirmation and that rebreak of the highs now is what I'm looking for. $22.28.48. Stop at 23.75. Targeting the highs, and I would definitely look at this level for ATP, which is just the fill of that gap. That's all it is. So I really want to see price moving before this candle closes. Otherwise, I close my buy stop and I re-enter with the new candle. So 2 minutes, if we close below it, we cancel our buy stop. If we start moving up, then you know, it's a good sign. It's a good sign. 30 minutes has closed already, so this might be the 30 minute flip. And we were definitely not rushing this position because of this particular candle tapping or not tapping into the PVC. So if you close in 1 minute bearish, we close our buy stop, all right? We close our buy stop. Yeah, so that's why we didn't enter before. Because we never had that re-break. We never tapped into the POC. And yeah, that would have been a real FOMO trade if we entered right there. Even though EM1 presented itself. When the momentum is that bearish, then you need that extra little bit of confirmation. And that comes with a triple wick confirmation here. So I doubt we're going to close. No, we're definitely not going to close above it. So I'm going to close the trade, right? Never been activated. Was worth a try if he managed to free flip the highs. Because there are many scenarios where you catch that continued retracement. You take the majority positions out here at 20 to 31. And if price rolls over, it's all good. You've already taken out your profits. I don't know, but the trend is clearly bearish. The trend is actually just ranging. Right, if you look at it from this angle, we're just in a range. That's all it is. So yeah, maybe you're bearish here, and then you're bullish, and then you're bearish, and then you're bullish. So the only thing that can help us here is this. This internal low. We took out all the highs, right? Why would we suddenly just come down here? All the way. It could be. I'm not saying that. But, you know, you manipulate the highs, you manipulate the lows. The internals are still saying that this is the low that created that expansion to the highs. Right? So we're still looking at this potentially higher low here. Which is above the opening price of the week. So we're back at the Sunday open. So yeah, it's still the same. It's still the same buys now. Potentially seeing if we could retrace here. And that's the only valid setup I could see. The reclaim, the trade, continuation. That's it. If gold breaks at 2220, yeah, then yeah, for sure. But yeah, we have to break the previous Sunday open, and then, you know, everything is possible. Everything is possible from there. So yeah, we saved us from a trade here. And if prices continue to drive down here, right, it starts to get rejected. This like 1 minute trend. We're getting constantly rejected at this trend right here. We're pushing down further. Previous Sunday open is next. Retracement back to the Sunday open. You're going to see the same old move. We're going to see the same old move. It's still not too late, so... You can still wait for the 30-minute E1 on the previous week POC. If that's the case, I'd rather wait for... Well, it's actually true. It's actually true. But it's better for me personally than to enter on the lower time frame. And look at the lower time frame, you know, confirmations there. But this low is still the Sunday open, the previous Sunday open. I still think it should provide us with that support we need. And if you start breaking and closing below it there, then you know, it's not looking good. Because then you break below the previous Sunday open, and that has been the lowest, you know, the lowest zone of this range. And we were unable to break a single hourly candle below it, I think. Yeah, especially here, look at the 2 hours as well, same thing. Yeah, so the main reason why I still think we're gonna potentially trade in the range is just because we have so many more events coming. And this is typical NFP behavior, where this whole week is all about the non-farm payrolls and setting up for a bigger catalyst. So for now, let's see how this low responds. I think this low is the low we need to keep a very close eye on. And a rebreak of this high is exactly what we were initially looking for, to take price further to the upside. That 50-minute gave us initially an entry model. Didn't gave us the confirmation of the execution. So we had to cancel our buy stop. But if you do break or re-break the highs here, it is kind of interesting. Because you start consolidating here, you tap into the lows, you start re-breaking then the structure. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Wallet Upscale says the previous weekly very low is important. Yeah, man, but I agree with you, bro. But that's pretty low. That is indeed pretty low. So let's see. Let's see what happens if we can at least hold this low. If we do hold this low and we re-break the highs, then I don't see any reason not to buy. I don't see any reason not to buy. And look at our key levels for entries. Yeah, I do believe this is over, right? Yes. Okay, guys, we survived. We survived Uncle Jerome's speech. And you listened to Christine Lagarde for a while. I'm very sorry about that. That you actually, you know, had to listen to this for, you know, a couple of even seconds. My dear apologies. But for the rest, we survived it. So yeah, well done. Holy shit. Okay. Dollar going down again? Yeah. Yeah, dollar is heavily getting rejected the fixed POC here. Yeah, dollar is facing difficulties, huh? Dollar has issues. There's some painful spots right now. What about the 10-year? Not too much either. It shut up quite aggressively though. That's why gold came down here. But Still looks quite solid overall. I still, you know, you can definitely see that the 10-year yield is still looking and holding up. What do you think the other people do? Very hard to say, my friend. Very hard to say. What I do like is if we're still in a range. Or what we do know is that usually it's the catalyst. It's the catalyst of a breakdown. Last NFP was a combination of China news, right? That's what they said. China stopped buying as a central bank. Stopped buying gold in combination with a massive range reversal. So last NFP day was around what, 700 to 800 pips from high to low. How can you tell when a bust will occur? You can't. You just wait for the confirmations, right? I'm not going to sit here and say this is the moment when it will. I'm going to just wait for that confirmation, see. Most importantly, it has to do still with our levels. And yeah, man. If we took that initial trade, would have been stopped out. So after aggressive reversals, you know, what tends to happen is that, you know, you induce guys to go long early, price still comes down, takes them out, and then you make the actual move. We've seen it many times. You guys remembered. Yeah, this is 30 minutes, so the 30 minute is indeed also holding above it. It tapped into the Sunday open, and these are all nice. But that does not mean directly that we have our entry. That's it. That sits on the lower time frame now. But we're moving into consolidation here. So at least now we're getting somewhere. Kind of our second OP. RTX Mobile Gaming says buy. I would potentially buy looking for the break above the highs here, right? Something like this, which you know, gave us that rejection. The 30-minute entry model might give us that exact level. Let's win the market, Lorenzo. We need to break our horrible losses in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, there's only 3 losses, so it seems like it's the end of the world. But I know guys that lose 3 times in a day. It's like, you know, and it's like, yeah, normal. So yeah, it was not the best one. We have to agree. But at the same time, it was only 3 losses if you look at it this way. But it seems like the end of the world, right? On stream especially. All right, we're getting somewhere. 30-minute closure. Above the previous week POC, question mark. Ronnie says, last month I lost 12 trades in a row and still managed to stay alive. All right, I'm currently on a 15 loss streak. No worries, man. Damn, you see? Nothing wrong with it. And we still managed to end up in profits at the end of the month. Well, actually, I would not call it profit. I would call it recover my losses. All right, this is looking interesting. 30 minutes. What do we see here, fam? Let me know in the chat. What entry model do you see? Let's see how we close this one. 5, 4, 3, 2. Yeah, potential EM at 3 here, fam. Bit of bigger, but overall, if you do re-break the highs, I'm quite fine with it. To trade it back to the top of the range with one break at the 2231. Sorry, 2231.6. Yeah, it's on the 30 minute. It's kind of your EM1 on the 30 minute. Okay, but it's also on the 5 minute and EM3. That's usually the alignment. It's the alignment of entry model 1 and entry model 3. It could easily be that an entry model 3 on the 5 minute is an entry model 1 on the 30 minute. And we talked about that re-break of that initial high. And then the stops below the Sunday open. So that's the final move, right? We have that consolidation. We manipulate into the opening price of the week. And we re-break the structure of the highs, which is on the 30 minute and entry model 1 of the previous weekly POC. All right, dollar looking not that nice. So does the yield. The yield, I'm not that... I'm not that happy with either. In a good way, right? Yield is not looking that strong as well. Dollar as well. Same thing for the dollar. So I really want to see that continuation, and then trade into the highs, fam. All right, fam. Yeah. So we escaped it one more time. We did. Waited for that consolidation, then that manipulation of the lows, and then that re-break of the highs. So we're waiting to get tapped into our position if we re-break the highs here. And that's going to be the last shot. I mean, this is the opportunity that we've been waiting for. We avoided the 15-minute on purpose. And that bounce from the Sunday Open and the reclaim of the previous week PVC in general is a good combination, because now we can put our stops below that. And the risk reward is still decent enough. Yeah, wait until it breaks the level. And then we want to see that driver. Do you like scalping? Yeah, sometimes. Especially in ranges, you kind of, you kind of have to. You kind of have to, you kind of have to do that. So. Yeah, just wait until we utilize the swing very high as well, or the swing levels in particular. All right, that rebreak. That will be our entry, fam. So good luck. Let me know if you guys understand this setup in general. All right. Especially for the guys that are with us already for a while. We've been talking about EM3 for a long time. If an EM3 aligns with an EM1, you know that you're looking at the right thing here. All right. You gave it enough time to look at a manipulation into the move here. Alright, so type in a yes if you get if you understand the entry, and then it comes down to probabilities here, but at least you know the reasons, the gap fills, the target, the bounce of the Sunday Open, the lower low followed by a higher high, followed by potential higher low, and then the rebreak of the highs, right? That's kind of the setup we're looking at. And then obviously, when we're breaking at the 50-minute and we're tapping into the 20-31, this is kind of your TP point here, right? Cool, fam. All right, good luck, G's. We're in a position now, so let's manage it wisely. What would be the target? I would aim for the highs, but first I would focus on the 20-31.6. 648. Which is kind of, we're looking at that gap fill here, but potentially, of course, we're looking for the high continuation here. What's your lot size? We're trading on a new account, on the side account. All right, the smaller account. This is what people requested. What's your entry? My entry is at 2228.56. Yeah. So now we need, you want to see that follow through here. Lorenzo, how long did it take you to show masterful patience like you just showed, waiting for the right moment? Just being patient, man, comes along. We know what we're looking for. And now, like, even if we lose this trade, it's just, in my opinion, it was a good trade. It was a good setup. And I can forgive myself if that's the case. What I can't forgive myself on if I make silly mistakes and I lose money this way. Right? But because I know what the reason is, because I know and I look at the structure, I understand the balance, the key levels, the entry models, and everything aligning, for me, regardless of the outcome now, I'm, you know, I could forgive myself if I would lose the trade here. So it's also about, did you follow your rules or not? And if you lose and you didn't follow your rules, yeah, then that's fucked up. So now it's just set and forget practically. Of course, we have to manage it when price goes in our favor. But you guys understand why we took this trade, right? Completely. So. And stop is still strategically placed below the opening price. The Sunday open. But I always lose money because I don't have the patience. It's one of the hardest things to do. One of the hardest things to deal with. I get it, my G. Okay, that's the move I wanted to see here. So 22 pips from entry. Okay, the rebreak. Now I think you can put your stop on break even here. There we go. We're still in. It's holding up. Any 5-minute flip and we are out of the trade. Okay, now we closed above it. So let's see if we can get that follow through. Why hold the trade? TP1 already taken out. It's all about the follow through right now, right? So and which is this candle. At 2231, I want to at least take out 50% and leave the rest running. Let's see. You want to see that follow through, otherwise we can look for instant re-entries anyways. Lorenzo, most of all trades have to trust ourselves. It depends. Sometimes you have to be tighter. Sometimes you have to be more aggressive. It all depends what you prefer. All right. What you want is you want to say, okay, I'll take a TP1. You've taken a TP1. We can set and leave the rest running now. It's scalping one-on-one today. That's it. Why? Because we're operating in a very tight range. That's all we're doing. We're not looking for the big expansions. We're not looking for the big moves. We're operating in the center of a range. This weekly open, monthly open is also quarterly open, stronger level than normal opens. Yeah, I agree. Lorenzo, how does it feel to trade with smaller capital? I mean, I have a copy trader anyways, but we're doing it. We're doing the 10K challenge. You guys wanted a 10K challenge, so we're gonna get you guys a 10K challenge. That's it. Yeah. So TP1, and then let's see where we can take it now. When can we be more aggressive with our trades and leave our trades running, whatever the case may be? If we're a little bit more outside of a range, or if our entries are going to be there or there. So if our entries would have been outside of the range, then I would have been much more aggressive with my holdings, of course. But we entered in the middle of the range. Okay, and what we're looking for is a simple fill, a gap fill, or whatever you want to call it. And we're not looking to see if price could go and break out through, right? So if price starts to range like it done beforehand, could easily happen where price starts to candleize. So the only thing that we're looking at is that momentum play and that confirmation play. And then just get what we can get here, right? In essence, what we talked about is around 20 pips. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, nothing too crazy, but nothing bad either. And if price continues to drive further, fantastic, right? Once we're outside of the range, yeah, we can take our setups here. It's just unfortunate that the price on the 5-minute time frame gave us the perfect entry model 1 here. But what happened was news came out right at that moment, so we kind of couldn't really take it. We usually trade news, but we usually trade the bigger news days, right? In this case, couldn't really take that one, unfortunately. Otherwise, this would have been by far the biggest move. B-Trader says, if we go up first, then we will be huge move down. When we can take first down levels, we can take a gap around 2400. So I hope we go down first. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's definitely a possibility. Create a new higher low before driving further up. If price continues to drive up, I will see, man. We'll see. Why did I put it slightly below? Well, we took profits out already, but like we still wanted to have it below that exact candle here, right? At least below the body. And if price reverses like it's doing now, and we're good. Okay, cool. Yeah, simple trade, fam. Nothing, not much to say here. Yeah, still 1%. Still 1%. Overall. Yeah, it's a 20 pip move. Nothing too fancy. Can price still go? If it goes, it goes. Let's warm up in July. In a range, in the middle of a range, to be exact. Just a little warm up. Yeah, dollar is also holding support here. So dollar is also holding that same level we talked about beforehand. And what, the 10-year yield? Where's the 10-year yield? Yeah, it's trying to push as well again. At least break even is not a loss. Yeah. Why are we so scared of going break even so soon? Yeah, this is what I just explained like 4 or 5 times. Let the others explain it this time. Let the G's in the chat decide. Yeah, not more than a 20 pip move. I agree. But now if the follow-through was there, the follow-through would have already been there. You know? And if price indeed comes up, fantastic. You know, you can hold it. But just, I explain it one more time. We're in a very tight range. We entered in the center of the range, number one. The big play already finished, right? And the bigger play was that short that we couldn't take. Entry model 1 because of news. Even though it was a perfect entry model 1. Last but not least, we broke the highs. We came down and we only put it on break even when we re-break, when price started to push up again. So we waited at least a couple minutes to see how price developed. So yeah, the last thing you want is fall back into your range and giving you the opportunity to look for higher low and setup and look for a new trade. Right? So I'll take these 20 pips all day now, in this case. If we are much more expanding, so let's say we are... Let me clean this up for a second. All right, let's say we're looking at something like this, all right? Or we're in a downtrend and we're looking at this overall tunnel. We're pushing down. Obviously, we're going to be more aggressive. We're going to hold our setups, right? No way we're going to get in and we're going to get out at 10 pips, 20 pips. No way. No, but for this one, I think it was good enough. Nice, how much profit? 1% on this account. So yeah, let's see how price reacts around it. It's holding up quite well, not gonna lie, but it could easily get back towards the previous week in POC as well. I could flip, but it could evenly just come back to that same level. 23 and 26. So yeah. Lorenzo, how much is the... Oh, we already asked that. Are we going to hold or not? No, I'm already out now. 20 pips in. Yeah, so it's up to you to decide if you want to hold it. Your stop should be below. If price creates a higher low, then and on the lower time frame, then I might re-enter again. So I'm still not done. I still want to give it at least... at least until the next 50-minute closure. Not this one, but the 50-minute candle closure after. Just see what happens. Damn, my throat. Just see what happens at the previous week POC. One more time. Yeah, damn. Well, 80% of the trades I take, they push 50, 100 pips, sometimes even more. But I still don't. What is the sentiment of the market? Are you in a range? Are you in a trend? Are you trending downwards like you've done here? Right? Not aggressively, but just, constantly creating lower lows, lower highs. Or are you in a flat range? If you are in a flat range, then the next question should be, what is the sentiment? What are the news events? What do you have the remaining of the week? Is the market choppy in general? Yes or no? And you answer all these questions for yourself. And then you know if you have to be tight or if you can be a bit more aggressive. Yeah. Why didn't you tell us that you're out? Because you saw it on my screen. Yeah. So the dollar is pushing. The yield trying to push up. It's not strong though. Like, let's be honest, the dollar is not strong at all. Like we're looking at that reaction here. It's not strong at all, but so the potential might still be there. But anyways. The 1%, sometimes 1% a day keeps the doctor away. Yeah, 1% a day keeps the doctor away. I would not even go for 1% a day, to be honest. I think that's on the high side. That would mean 30% a month, right? Okay, if you have a small account, okay. But 30% a month is like, these are serious numbers. 20% a month. Numbers. So don't try to chase that 1% a day, because I've done that in the past and it's usually not working out. Unless you're, of course, with a smaller account, you're risking more. Gold's pushing a little bit, but I'm not that drive. But it will probably be a little bit rangy. Yeah, man, let's warm up a bit this beginning. Anybody wants this? Your book is awesome. Thank you for sharing this book. So initially we saw that consolidation here. We saw that expansion, that low set in the Sunday open. Aggressive entries were obviously there. Breakout confirmation entries were there. So it depends what you prefer. You would prefer something like this. Or something like this. But it all has to align. It all has to align. So yeah, I'll take it, fam. I'll take it. I'll take it. And hopefully we get out this range as soon as possible. Or we find our setups outside of it. You don't think the hourly will try and flip to sell? Well, the hourly is not looking that strong now, indeed. Initially it was. The 30 minutes looking decent. 15 minute might still create a higher low. Same for the 5 minute. However, with the 5 minute, the retracement and the weakness right now, like, we should have really seen the impulse now. I'm not seeing it, so I think 2326 again is next, potentially. And then see if we can find something from there. Create a W formation, wait for our entry model again on the lower time frame this time. And then try potentially a second opportunity. Just because that, will give you the retest entry. Honestly, 20 pips is great for a range like this. It's not bad, but obviously when you break out and you look for the highs, it's a big difference. The 50, 60 pip move or the 20 pip move. Because we're usually not the guys who aim for 20 pips, right? We're usually always trying to anticipate the bigger moves, but sometimes it's just not possible. Can you look at dollar yen entry model 3, 50 minute and entry model 1 forming on a 1 hour? Dollar yen, man. It's unbelievable, bro. It's unbelievable. Just buy it. Just buy. Every single time. Yeah, no, it's too high. We're overbought. Yeah, right. We're overbought. It's like it just doesn't. It doesn't stop, man. It just doesn't stop. Dollar yen, man. Like, what is going on, right? What is going on? We're talking about gold. We're trying to trade gold in a range. That's what we're trying to do together. We're trying to trade gold in a range. In a tight range. Whereas look at the dollar yen then. Anyways. 50-minute. Or entry model 1 on the 50-minute. What are you looking for? From which level? Let's see. We need more Forex on this channel. I would love to, man. I would love to. To be honest, I would love to. I like Forex. I like Forex. I like gold too, but you know, gold in a race like this, it's, you know, we always find a way. But you know, when it comes down to some Forex pairs, you know, you don't have to make it that difficult for yourself. That's practically the conclusion. The only problem on the stream is that it will create too much confusion in the chat. Because then people are going to be like, oh, look at this, or look at this, or look at that, or look at this. And then we start talking about 10 different Forex pairs. And yeah, you know how it goes. I mean, I'm saying it because we've done it before. And it was a good time though. It was a good time. Alright, PSC is holding up. I want to see that. And I want to see this next 50-minute kind of do the same thing. And then there is maybe one chance of one more entry. But it all depends on the volume also. Because it's getting a bit later, right? So let's see. Lorenzo, the high is set in for today. I'm not aiming for the highs. I'm aiming for a fill of, let's say, 23.32. A tap into 23.32. Yeah. Yeah, but this is also the reason why we're thinking about going on stream a bit earlier. Like 30 minutes earlier. I think it's going to help us with preparing for the New York Open. What do you guys think? 7:45. $7.45, right? I think that's important because I think that what we have seen lately around the New York Open, that usually you start seeing the immediate move, if not before the Open already, right? And you know, we've seen it now too many times. We've seen it here at the top of this range. We've seen it here at the bottom of this range. We've seen it. There, okay, this was a bit more choppy, but anyways, I think you get the point. Yeah. So yeah, let's see if it's gonna be tomorrow. Yeah, maybe tomorrow already. All right, you will see on the YouTube. We'll keep it up for you guys. How did you determine the POC? The 15-minute. Previous week, so you need this indicator right here, the limitless LTA concept session breaks indicator. It shows you the days. You can also use the session breaks on TradingView, but the difference with this one is that it shows you the opening price of the week as well. So it's vertical lines, it's an horizontal line, and it shows you exactly what the opening price of the week are. So we created it for you to clarify that, because man, these previous Sunday open levels are important. Sunday open levels are important. And then it's easy for you to draw your levels. So download the ebook, and most importantly, get your indicators, your free indicators. How to get that? By going to this section right here. Yes, sir. How much do you risk in this trade? Around 5%. 5%, we took one. We took out one eventually. Larita says, nice people here. Good job on creating the community. Thank you, G. Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you, G. Appreciate your point of view. So overall, good close, right? A good close so far. Let's see where this 50-minute closes, but if we just continue to drive down, then we can wait at the Sunday opening gap, but I think the cleanest entry for me was personally the bounce to Sunday open and the reclaim of the previous week for previous week POC. Apologize, Lorenzo. Break-even was a really good call. That's why you're the king of LTA. Thank you. But yeah, in the tight range, we take profits before breaking even. Yeah. Yeah, it was a good decision. Our stop loss would have been below, right? We had that 30 pip move to the upside. We would have had our trade set up, right? We would have had these, in essence, total was 30 pips, but anyways. We took out the 20. So you had the opportunity, and then you held onto the trade. You didn't see the follow through, and then it comes down. And you're like, shit. That's common in the range. Like we've seen this in the range before, we've seen it here. It tends to happen a lot in the center of the range right there. So yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna wait to the hourly closure, and then I will see if there is one more quick scalp that makes sense, and if not, then we come back tomorrow. So what would make sense? Well, I want to see the reclaim. We have not broken any lows, so you don't want to break the lows. You want to stay above the lows. You don't want to break it. We don't want to break it. And we want to reclaim the POC. That's the same level where I'm looking for. Just because of the reactions based around this level. I think it's moving somewhere like 22, 23 and tapping to support. Yeah, we'll see, my G. We'll wait for that reaction. All right, let me get a drink. So yes, if you break these lows, done. Done, 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 done. My chai is he's usually trading New York session 4 times a week, and off stream he trades whenever his POIs are triggered. Correct. Matty, is that you, my man? Yeah, is that you? I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. Anyways, hope you do well, my friend. If that's you, I'm not sure. Not 100% sure. I'm in a buy as it's in the demand zone. You were talking about this low? Or are you talking about this bigger range? Yeah, I'm gonna wait patiently for either a rebreak, but I think we might go for the lows here, fam. Especially if you look on the 15. Not looking that particularly strong. The dollar seems to be holding up, even though the dollar is also not that stable lately. Okay, not that stable. Oh, we'll see. Guys, do you have a signal channel? I don't. I'm actually probably one of the only guys that is not selling a signal channel, because I believe more in the education than in the signals. I do give setups. I'm definitely more into the swings now as well, the swing positions. Like I do give clarity on a lot of things that I'm looking at for sure. Definitely. Just definitely look at some things here and there. Okay, so that's definitely is in our group, right? The LTA setups, the sections that we're looking for. Just the highest probability setups in terms of directional bias, right? And based upon your entry models and your understanding of LTA concepts, it becomes 10 times easier to then trade it because you know what to look out for, long or short, or at least the direction of the market is in your favor. So I see a lot of guys winning this way as well. And of course the streams, but that's separated. Yeah, tomorrow we're doing the London session as well, fam. Just so you know, tomorrow we trade the London session. So who's going to be with us tomorrow in the London session in our group? Specifically for the guys in our group. You're going to join us tomorrow. I'm going to be active. Shout out to Desmond, man. There's a couple guys that are killers. Desmond is stepping up. There are some guys in our community stepping up. We have Mula. We have Desmond. We have Elena. I believe she's sick or she has the fever. But anyway, she's killing it. We have definitely some Patrick I've seen. Patrick H. Definitely some guys stepping up here, putting on their screen share and show you guys setups and everything that they're looking at. And I know that a couple guys took some really nice trades from it. But of course, I don't want you to just take these random trades. I want you to understand why they're taking these trades. Obviously. So it's not just random, right? How can I join losses? You have to join our Discord first. Discord is free to join, but we are currently closed. We will open up soon, in a couple weeks. We don't have a specific date. We have been closed for a month now, but we will open maybe soon. So, gold might look very bearish. But in essence, what we're seeing here is that, besides this manipulation to the lows and the breakout and the trade that we took here, we're still holding up and creating a lower high, or sorry, higher low. The 30-minute is still holding up. It still, respects the previous weekly POC. It doesn't close below it. The moment it does close below it, it's kind of a done deal. But because this is the hourly closure and the 30-minute closure at once, it will set the statement. So if it closes above the 22.26, there still is chance of survival. If you close below it, I think the Sunday open, is just next again. But at this particular moment, we're holding the 30-minute candles above the previous weekly POC. And this was kind of the trade that we were able to take, right? This move on the break of the wick towards the highs. But this closure is gonna set the statement for gold now. So we have to deal with the range. I didn't take out the lows, at least not yet. You are below it on the lower time frame though. So Lorenzo, why is your group only $197 for a year? Yeah, we want to make it accessible for everyone, right? So, I could charge you more. I could charge you a monthly fee. I could do a lot of things, but I think, we're looking for the balance. What's the right balance, right? Is it undervalued? 100%. 100% is undervalued, but we wanted to make it accessible. Because we're global, right? We're not just Europeans or Americans or, we're all over the world. Los Angeles says holidays tomorrow. Sometimes gold falls on holidays. We have to be careful with this. Is it tomorrow or is it Thursday? I thought it was Thursday. Or is it gonna be... Yeah, okay. Early close at 1. Alright, so we still have the whole New York session. We have the whole New York session. And yeah, Thursday we're probably not streaming indeed. Because I don't think it makes sense to stream. We tried it to trade the last bank holiday. But this is the Independence Day. This is a day where I believe that not much will happen. I mean, it's the day before the NFP. Also. Yeah, so 4 minutes. Where are we going to close? That's the main question. If we close below it, I don't see any setups. If we close above it, then, you know, we might have one more reclaim. And we can take it to the lower time frame and see if we can utilize this break to continue to drive back towards the highs. And that's it. That's the last thing I would be looking for. And that's what happens when you're in the range. Yeah, so for the Eur Usd, somebody talked about the Eur Usd. I'm not sure who it was, but you asked about the previous week very high. This was indeed a great, yeah, great setup. Great setup. All right, entry, stop loss, target. Target. Takes a little bit more time to play out, but yeah, it's looking good. That's your entry model 1 deal. Yeah, let's see. Lorenzo, when do you think you're going to reach the 100K? I don't know, bro. When do you think we're going to reach the 100K? We're at what, 91? Almost 91? And we'll see, man. No rush, no rush. But that plaque is gonna be nice in the back. That's for sure. The thing is, in streaming, reaching 100,000 in streaming is much harder than if you make videos, right? If you just make videos that just draw views when you're sleeping, and it just continues to attract more views, and you compound that by creating more videos and more views, it's much easier. But as a streamer, you get subscribers, you close the stream, it goes on maybe for a while, a little bit. Maybe you have some people talking, but that's practically it. So if you're streaming, reaching 100K is significantly more difficult. Does Lorenzo have the bigger account? Yeah, we have a 100K account on Vantage. We have a 10K account. We just move money over, right? We moved 100K over, sorry, 10K over to the other account. And that's what we're now currently just working with. And then we have one more swing trade account. And the rest, crypto. Stacking crypto. Like a DJ. Okay, we closed below, fam. All right. So that's it. 1%, 20 pips. That's all we could do, right? I wish we could have taken this trade on the top. If the timing was 5 minutes off, we would have probably taken it. Would have been hard, but we would have probably taken it. But it was the news candle that did it at 10. And, you know, this setup also came out too late. So, you know, we had to do what we had to do internally. And, you know, if that means taking it from there to there, we take it. We take it. But it has to make sense, right? It had to make sense. Could you repeat how you found the POC? It's the previous weekly, all right? Look at the ebook, download the ebook. Look at the previous weekly. You will find it on page number 20 something. Yeah, 23. Page number 23, my G. All right. Cool. Lorenz, just wanted to thank you. Don't trade LTA, but your live stream helped me to be more disciplined. Thanks. Amazing, man. I'm doing it for you. For these type of guys. Guys that have some faith. All right? That have some trust. That trust the process. Cool. So anyways, we keep it cool. Tomorrow we're going to be back. A lot of news tomorrow. Thursday we can't stream, of course. You guys understand it. We will maybe be hanging out in Discord. Maybe have some conversation there. We might organize some event, but I think a lot of guys will be, you know, celebrating the Independence Day, the 4th of July, of course, in the United States. So anyways, we'll see about that one. And then Friday's the big day, man. The NFP. So this is going to be the biggest day. Last NFP, 700 pips. Not during the NFP, but throughout the day. 700 pip move. So we'll see. We'll see how it will go this week. All right. Let's do that. Tomorrow back to work in front of the charts. Nice. Yeah, man. All right. Pretty simple day. We had to do what we had to do. Right? Finding the internal ranges. That's it. Nothing too fancy. Okay. Overall, solid. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow, man. Thank you for your time. I think we're gonna watch some football right now. The Netherlands is playing. At least that's what I've heard. So we're gonna see if they're actually, you know, have a chance here. We'll find out. All right. I'm not a big football guy, but anyways, when it's the nationals, I watch it. I watch it. You know? All right. Have a beautiful day, stream, fam. See you tomorrow, yeah? 8 a.m. No, 7:45. Ciao, ciao.